ends now. Spread your wings.
stay for chaos? In it? We won't answer to other guilds. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you doing something?
saving the... Gotta think on my feet. I've done my research.
inflation and rising levels of debt. Parts of the state of Queensland in Australia have been overrun with a plague of rats. A wet winter and a good harvest have created the ideal breeding conditions. Mickey Bristow reports.
The rats are everywhere and in massive numbers. There are so many that they've been forced to migrate across Queensland in search of food. Hordes of them have even turned up, some dead, some alive, on the beaches of coastal towns. The rats reproduce quickly and an explosion in their numbers often follows periods of prolonged rainfall in Australia. But experts say the rodents might soon run out of food and the population should then crash.
The former West Indies cricketer Marlon Samuels has been banned from the sport for 6 years. He was found to have breached a number of anti-corruption rules. They include failing to declare the receipt of a gift and obstructing the investigation into his behaviour. Samuels has since retired from cricket. He played for the West Indies for nearly 2 decades. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to News Hour from the BBC World Service. We're coming to you live from London. I'm James Menendez. In about half an hour, we'll be heading to the Middle East to get the latest on that temporary pause in fighting due to come into force today, but now looking like it's going to come into force on Friday. As I say, that's in about 30 minutes. But we are going to begin today in the Netherlands, and a huge political shock, not least for the man at the centre of it. He is Geert Wilders, a hard-right, anti-Islam, anti-immigrant populist with his trademark shock of swept-back blonde hair. He has been around for more than a couple of decades, but has, in the past, struggled to turn his high profile into actual power. Now, after Wednesday's general election, he has emerged as leader of the party, the Freedom Party, with the most seats in Parliament, and by a wide margin, 37 out of a total of 150. And as such, he has a real shot at becoming the next Dutch Prime Minister. These voters gave a mixed reaction to Mr. Wilders' success last night.
Dat de PVV de grootste is, dat vind ik echt, ik schaam me echt diep.
That the PVV became the biggest party, I feel deeply ashamed for being Dutch. That we're going down that route, a real shame.
Ja, het is wel de stem van het volk, dus...
The people have spoken. Let's see how the coalition talks go. I think it's really surprising, but rather good, I think.
Ja, de PVV is natuurlijk best wel extreem.
The PVV is obviously quite extreme with wanting to ban mosques and the Quran. I don't agree with that. But I think he understands that he can't get other parties to work with him on that. I think he'll have to tone down his views anyway.
Well, his chances of becoming Prime Minister do depend on his ability to put together a majority coalition in Parliament, and it is far from clear how he'll do that. This morning, in response to a question from the BBC, Geert Wilders said he'd be willing to make compromises in order to find coalition partners.
Well, I'm not going to negotiate here, but of course we are willing to negotiate. Because we want to form a coalition for our voters. I believe it's approximately vote for our party. And we are very willing and able, and we proved to be able to do that in the year 2010, where we proved that we are able to make compromises in order to take responsibility. So yes, indeed, we are willing to do that. We are eager to do that, because it gives us a lot of responsibilities, this huge win in the Dutch elections.
So what does Geert Wilders stand for? We'll be discussing that in just a moment. But let's hear a couple of his past comments. Back in 2014, he told a public meeting of his supporters that he would ensure there were fewer Moroccans in the Netherlands. And he was then taken to court. He was found guilty of discrimination but acquitted of inciting hatred. This is what he said after the trial.
I will never be silent. You will not be able to stop me. I am not a racist, and neither are my voters. This sentence proves that you judges are completely out of touch.
In 2016, the day after people in Britain voted to leave the European Union, Geert Wilders predicted that the EU would come to an end.
Today, it's not even the beginning of the end of the European Union. The end of the European Union is a matter of time, and not such a long time. I will predict you that the European Union is more or less dead, only there are a lot of politicians that can get used to the idea.
Sanne van Oosten is a Dutch researcher in political science based at Oxford University. First of all, her reaction to the election result.
The election in the Netherlands is really big. Geert Wilders has 25% of the votes. That might not sound as that much, but in a parliament with 20 political parties and many right-wing parties to choose from, this is a lot. And this is also by far the most he has ever had. He's been in parliament for the last 25 years, and he's had his own political party in parliament since 2006. And these are the most seats by far that he's ever had in parliament.
He himself seemed very surprised that his party had done so well. What do you think happened? Why did so many voters come over to him and his party, do you think?
Yeah, so what you have to understand about Geert Wilders is what sets him apart from all the other radical right-wing parties, because there are quite a few radical right-wing parties in the Netherlands, is anti-Muslim hate. He is the most vocal about being anti-Muslim, and not so much in the last campaign. He hasn't been that vocal about it in this campaign, or less than we're used to. But in the last 17 years, he's been extremely vocal in being against Muslims. He's also the strongest supporter of Israel out of all political parties in the Netherlands. And that too is something that is pretty much been normalized and pretty widely held across all political parties across the political spectrum. But he is by far the biggest supporter of Israel out of all political parties in the Netherlands.
So so just on that, do you think that the war that's happening in the Middle East had an impact on the election campaign?
Yeah, I think so. And also, there was a lot of criticism on pro-Palestine demonstrations in the Netherlands, and I think that has really, really fired
But in his general anti-Muslim stance and anti-immigration stance, just explain to us what has been happening or what is happening in the Netherlands that has generated so much support for that position. What is it that the voters are so worried about, or at least a section of them?
It's multiple things. I mean, immigration is a very big issue across Western democracies. But also in the Netherlands. But what's special about why this is happening right now is that there was a cabinet crisis last summer, and Mark Rutte, the last prime minister of the Netherlands, who's been prime minister for the last 13 years, he really placed immigration even firmer on the agenda by blowing up the cabinet over it. So this is really an issue that's already on the agenda, but it's really even been placed on the agenda even more by Mark Rutte. And he did so with electoral winning in the back of his mind, but an unwanted consequence for him is that he actually kind of legitimized the ideas that Geert Wilders' party has had all along and made it more likely for people to vote for Geert Wilders.
I mean, you mentioned that he had softened his views a little during the campaign, but I mean, is he and his party, I mean, are they a racist party, would you say? I
would definitely say they have a lot of anti-Muslim racism.
I mean, he's also xenophobic when it comes to the European Union and being part of the European Union. I mean, does that resonate with many voters in the Netherlands?
He's actually kind of mellowing a little bit also on his European Union stance. In the past, he's talked a lot about a Nexit, a Brexit for the Netherlands. And this is something that he hasn't been talking about as much in this campaign. He's also really mentioned that he wants to be prime minister, and that's probably why he's mellowing his tone. But if you look at his party program, he still wants to leave the European Union. He wants to withdraw from the UN Refugee Convention. He wants to revoke asylum permits for Syrians, and he wants no Islamic schools, no
Prime Minister, can he? I mean, are there people and parties that are willing to work with him in order to form a governing coalition?
Yeah, so that's always been an issue in the Netherlands. He's a very extreme party, which has inhibited parties in the past to work with him. He has backed a coalition in the past, but he blew up that coalition, and since then, Prime Minister Mark Rutte has very firmly said, I will not work with him, and I will ignore him completely. And that's what he's been doing, except that the new party leader of the leading party VVD in the last couple of months has opened the door to working with Geert Wilders again in coalition agreements. And there have been two political parties who've kind of left the door open a little bit to working with him. Besides that, and in their acceptance speeches last night, they opened the door just a little bit more, and they hinted just a little bit more that they would be open to working with Geert Wilders. And if these four parties, and these are also the four parties that Geert Wilders has said that he would want to work with, these parties together have a majority in the parliament. So I think that's a very viable option.
That was Sanne van Oosten of Oxford University. The World Health Organization has asked China to provide more information on what it calls, quote, clusters of undiagnosed pneumonia in the north of the country. Reports say hospitals in parts of China are overwhelmed with children suffering from respiratory illnesses. Kritika Kapali is an infectious diseases doctor and a spokesperson for the Infectious Diseases Society of America. She's based in Geneva. How worrying are these reports?
I think that whenever we hear of cases of respiratory infections, particularly in young people, we're always going to be concerned. So we need to keep a close eye on what's going on and find out more information about the epidemiology, the clinical symptoms, and what the actual pathogen is that's causing these cases.
And what might it be, particularly in the case of pneumonia? Is it a bacterial infection? Just explain what it is or what it could be.
There were reports as early as last month of increased cases of a bacterial infection called Mycoplasma pneumoniae. It typically affects younger children and is a cause of what's called walking pneumonia, but it could also be a variety of other infections, other viruses, something called respiratory syncytial virus or RSV. We could be seeing cases of SARS-CoV-2, influenza, adenovirus, a mixture of these things. So again, we really don't have much information at this time and need to learn more about what is going on.
And when the WHO asks China for more details, does it expect to get accurate information? Will it get accurate information, do you think?
Yes, I believe that WHO expects to get accurate information from China and will get accurate information from China.
I mean, is it possible that children are getting sick because their immunity for some reason has been reduced, perhaps because of COVID lockdowns, they haven't been exposed to some of these pathogens? Is that a possible explanation?
That is definitely one of the hypotheses that is out there and that has been explored in other settings. So in other parts of the world, when lockdowns have been lifted in the following months and winters, they've seen an increase in other viral infections. So that is definitely one of the hypotheses that is out there. I think that is something that we don't fully understand at this point as to why we are seeing an increase in certain infections in the aftermath of the COVID lockdowns.
Could it be something more sinister? Could it be a new variant of COVID, perhaps?
It's always a possibility, and that's why it's really important for us to continue to have good testing, good genomic sequencing, and good reporting. Since we're out of what is considered the public health emergency for COVID, we don't have as many sequences being shared to our publicly available platforms. So it is always good to have very good surveillance so we do know what's going on, and also so we can detect a potential new pathogen that may emerge as well.
And just returning to where we started, thinking about this pneumonia, the mycoplasma infections, how serious is it in children? How easy is it to treat?
It is treated with an antibiotic. However, there are reports of resistance to this antibiotic. Children can have a range of clinical symptoms from, mild cough to more severe pneumonia. So I think, again, that's really important information for us to understand about what's going on. And also, if in fact this cluster of infections is related to mycoplasma pneumonia or other viral disease, or again, a new virus, which I think is something that a new virus or another pathogen that I think is on the minds of other people as well.
That was Dr. Kritika Kapali, who speaks for the Infectious Diseases Society of America, talking to me from Geneva. You're listening to NewsHour. Still to come on the programme, as Israel continues to bombard Gaza, Qatar says it's still working to finalise a pause in the fighting. We'll hear from Israelis waiting for the swap.
We are already 47 days into a roller coaster of emotions. Today is no different. We hope that at least the children will come home as fast as possible because they are running out of time. They cannot wait any longer. Not them, not the elderly, not the injured, and not the sick ones.
And we're just hearing from a news conference in Qatar that pause is scheduled to begin at 7 a.m. on Friday. We're just trying to clarify whether that is 7 a.m. Gaza time, which would be 2 hours ahead of GMT. One other headline, interest rates in Turkey have climbed to 40% as the central bank battles against inflation. You're listening to NewsHour, live from the BBC. I'm James Menendez. Now, the largest animals on Earth are now making their home in a part of the Indian Ocean where they were wiped out by hunting decades ago. Researchers and wildlife filmmakers working around the Seychelles had already caught a glimpse of a few individual blue whales in 2020 and 2021. But an entire year of underwater audio recordings has now revealed these weren't just chance encounters. Our science correspondent, Victoria Gill, has been listening in.
The blue whale is the largest animal to ever exist on the planet, and their sounds are very low frequency. Just knowing that there is a population out there around the Seychelles is incredibly exciting.
Dr. Kate Stafford from Oregon State University was the lead researcher on this recent Indian Ocean expedition. Scientists and wildlife filmmakers set out together to discover whether blue whales had returned to the waters around the Seychelles.
In the 1960s, Soviet whalers found about 500 blue whales just to the north of the Seychelles and killed them all. And so part of the impetus was to see, do blue whales still occur around the Seychelles?
All right, here you go.
Okay.
To work out if a population had become re-established here, they fixed underwater microphones to the seabed.
We had divers put this down and leave it for a year. You can listen underwater 24 hours a day, and you're also listening to undisturbed animals.
I love this moment. Got everything ready, and then you just put your headphones on and turn the level up because you never know
what you're going to
hear.
Renowned wildlife sound recordist Chris Watson was part of the film crew on the trip. He showed me how to capture sound beneath the surface.
We're not in the Seychelles, although it's very sunny.
We're not in the Seychelles, although if you ignore the harbour, then we might well be. It's a beautifully clear, sunny day, and we're at the southern edge of the port of Blythe in Northumberland, because there's quite a long jetty here. It goes a few hundred metres out to sea, so I can get my hydrophones, my underwater microphones, into deep water. Now have a listen to this.
Oh, whoa!
That's that small fishing boat, and it must be 200-300 metres away from us now.
And you can really hear that it's a propeller.
Yeah, I think that's what you hear. It's like the cavitation, not so much the engine, but of the propeller churning through the water. I can hear the stones on the seabed ebb and flow with the current.
It is quite relaxing.
Sound, yeah, quite a good sound.
But even with his expert eavesdropping, Chris didn't manage to hear blue whales in the Seychelles.
We were there for a month, and I was out every day listening, and not once, sadly, did he hear a blue whale.
It was Dr. Stafford's year-long fixed sound traps that revealed that the whales were there, communicating when the scientists and filmmakers had all left.
Sound travels much further and more efficiently underwater than it does in air. So low-frequency sounds, in particular, can travel for tens to hundreds of kilometers.
Painstaking analysis of that entire year of sound picked up the telltale deep calls of blue whales.
We heard blue whale sounds roughly 6 months during the year, primarily during March and April. That suggests that the Seychelles is really important for the blue whales. Turns out if you stop killing animals on mass scales, they can recover.
This is the song of the largest animal on Earth. A clip that Chris Watson recorded on a different blue whale expedition in Mexico. Depending on what device you're listening to this on, it might be too low for your speakers.
This really low, deep, consistent pulse, this... Being out on the inky blackness of the Sea of Cortez before sunrise, looking at your hydrophone cable disappearing below the surface, but then hearing the song of the largest animal that's ever lived being drawn out of those depths. It was one of the most exciting things I've ever done.
That report by our science correspondent Victoria Gill. Now, what links the England footballer and former Manchester United captain Harry Maguire and the Parliament in Ghana in West Africa? Well, last year Maguire's name was taken in vain by an opposition MP in the Parliament who compared the government's economic performance to his poor running performances on the pitch. Ghana's been suffering from high levels of debt and high inflation, while Harry Maguire had a pretty serious dip in form last year, attracting criticism from fans and pundits and scoring own goals, such as this one while playing for England against Scotland in September.
It's deflected, it's an own goal, and it's Harry Maguire on the stretch. Maguire gave Ramsdale no chance, and Hampton absolutely loved that. An awful moment for Maguire.
Well, to make his political point, one Ghanaian MP joined in the criticism.
There was a player in the United Kingdom, in England, called Maguire, who was playing for Manchester United. He became the biggest threat at the centre of Manchester United defence, tackling Manchester players and giving assists to opponents. Mr. Speaker, when even the opponents fail to score, Maguire will score for them.
Well, that MP is Isaac Adongo, who has since apologised for those comments as Maguire's performance have improved. And now Harry Maguire's accepted that apology, writing on X, formerly Twitter, "See you at Old Trafford soon," the name of Man United's ground. Well, I've been talking to Mr. Adongo and asked him first for his reaction to Harry Maguire's apology.
It was excitement because for anybody who has a reason to apologize, it means that you have offended somebody. And it is one thing apologizing and the person having the humility to accept the apology and to make the effort to bring a closure to it. So yes, I was very excited that at least I have an opportunity to bring this to an end.
Yeah. He also said, "See you at Old Trafford soon." Is that an invitation, do you think? Are you going to head to Manchester?
Well, it doesn't come bigger than that, does it? Former captain of the England team, former captain of Manchester United, a huge talent, a record transfer fee paid for one of the best defenders who at the time was going through some difficult patches. I think it would be good to see him personally and to apologize, but that would depend on my schedule.
Well, you mean in Parliament that you'd have to get some cover. Are you a Manchester United fan?
No, not at all. I'm just a lover of football. I'm a true blue. Unfortunately, Todd Boehly thinks that we can buy every player in the world and buy the trophies, but it's not working. So yes, I love football and I've been following Manchester United.
Do you regret, though, at all taking Harry Maguire's name in vain?
To be honest with you, Harry Maguire was just an unfortunate victim of a stray bullet. The focus was not on him. The focus was on my vice president, who was the head of the economic management team. He's still the head of the economic management team. That has run this country aground and messed us up. But of course, at the time, it was the World Cup. There was no much interest in the budget. And I thought that I could find some humorous way to link football to the discussion of the budget.
Do you ever feel sorry for very highly paid footballers who are on the receiving end of that sort of criticism? I mean, it can't be very nice, and it can't do anything for your confidence on the pitch.
Yes, at some point I was very worried that this is a young man that I had brought into the spotlight. And so when he began to turn the corner, as professional as it is, he took it on, became more focused, worked harder. And thanks to his handlers, he's been able to deal with all of that was thrown at him. And so at that point, I felt a bit guilty that I needed to come back, and not just on any other platform, but the biggest platform in Ghana that I use to make those comments, and it is the Parliament of Ghana.
Chelsea fan and Ghanaian opposition MP Isaac Adongo there. You're listening to NewsHour. Do stay with us. Much more to come.
This is the BBC World Service, looking into changing attitudes to disability.
Disabled people were not expected to be seen out of doors.
The parents of other children who did not like their children to play with a disabled child.
Things have improved a lot for disabled people in many parts of the world, but there are still some shockingly bad practices, and the fight against prejudice and discrimination is far from over.
The overwhelming reaction from people was one of pity.
I'm Tanny Gray-Thompson. I'll be asking, what still needs to be done to achieve real equality? Publicity.
quite a number of them do not have ramps.
We have to give them 48 hours notice that we want to catch a train.
People will always underestimate your capacity.
Tanny's lifetime road to disabled equality at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming up on NewsHour in the next 30 minutes, we'll get the latest from the Middle East on the planned truce now to begin Friday morning and the release of hostages. Also, we'll head to India as rescuers say they're closing in on reaching more than 40 construction workers trapped in a tunnel. And the BBC uncovers evidence that an ally of Vladimir Putin adopted a child taken from Ukraine. All that after the news.
BBC News with Julie Candler. Within the past few minutes, Qatar has announced that the 4-day halt to the fighting in Gaza agreed by Israel and Hamas will begin on Friday at 7 in the morning local time. A Foreign Ministry spokesman told Hamas that humanitarian aid would start to be delivered as soon as possible. In northern Gaza, the medical director of the Indonesian hospital has called for it to be evacuated because of a growing danger to patients as Israel continues to bombard the territory. Fighting has raged outside the health facility for several days. In Turkey, interest rates have risen to 40%, 5 percentage points higher than expected. Turkey is attempting to bring down soaring inflation. Kenya's President William Ruto says his government is ready to privatise 35 state-owned companies, which he said were currently functioning inefficiently due to bureaucracy. He said 100 other firms were also being looked at for possible privatisation. More border guards are being sent by the EU to Finland's frontier with Russia. Finland has accused Moscow of encouraging hundreds of asylum seekers to cross over. Most of them are originally from Africa and the Middle East. In the Netherlands, political leaders are preparing to form a coalition government after the far-right Freedom Party pulled off a surprise election victory. No party won a majority, but the Freedom Party's controversial leader, Geert Wilders, may now lead negotiations. He stood on the platform of ending immigration. The former West Indies cricketer Marlon Samuels has been banned from the sport for 6 years. He was found to have breached a number of anti-corruption rules. And vast numbers of rats are spreading across the Australian state of Queensland. A particularly wet winter and a good harvest have created ideal breeding conditions for the rodents. Thousands have turned up on beaches. BBC News.
You're listening to NewsHour. Let's head to the far north of India now, because it's hoped that rescue workers will break through to reach 41 construction workers who've been trapped behind a collapsed tunnel for 12 days now. The BBC Samira Hussain is at the scene. Samira, how are those rescue workers doing?
Well, right now, rescue operations have come to a halt. Again, we're seeing that the drilling machine had to be stopped. It actually broke down because it was tunneling through this wall of debris to try and reach the workers, but they actually ended up hitting more metal rods. So now they're not drilling, and they don't expect to be drilling again for until probably tomorrow morning.
Right, so more of a wait for those construction workers. Now, contact was made this week. How are they doing?
Everyone, all the officials that we have spoken to have all maintained that they are doing well, that they are healthy, that they are speaking, they're being provided with food and water and oxygen. From that video that was released earlier this week, you saw images of these construction workers wearing hard hats, some were wearing high-vis vests, and they were communicating. They were able to say that they were feeling okay, and some of them have actually been having conversations with their family members who have come here and are near the site, just to be near them for when they come out.
And just remind us what happened. Just take us through how this accident happened.
Right, so this happened last Sunday, so 12 days ago. There was a nearby landslide, and that landslide crashed onto this partially built tunnel. Now, just to give you a description, so this is really sort of at the foothills of the Himalayas, and there's this mountain in front of me, and they were drilling a tunnel that would eventually become a roadway, and that was partially built, and then this landslide came, and then that partially built part of the tunnel was crushed.
Right, so drilling will begin again tomorrow, but in the meantime, those trapped inside, I mean, they've got all they need. It's just a question of patience, Samira, is it, at this stage?
Absolutely, it is patience, not only for those that are stuck, but also for the rescue operators. We were speaking with one gentleman who was saying how frustrated he was, growing frustrated with the drilling machine, just saying that, you know, it has broken down a few times. They've had to get in replacement parts. And just to give you a sense of just how remote this area is, I mean, for me to get from the capital of Delhi up into this area, it was a 12-hour drive through windy mountain roads. So you can imagine what it's like to bring in heavy machinery into this area.
Samira, thank you very much indeed for that update. The BBC Samira Hussain joining us from the scene of that accident in the far north of India. And as Samira said, drilling not likely to resume until tomorrow, Friday, and hopefully that rescue will then begin, as I say, on Friday. You're listening to News Hour from the BBC World Service. This is James Menendez with News Hour live from the BBC in London. Now, it was meant to begin this morning, a temporary pause in the fighting between Israel and Hamas in Gaza to allow for the release of 50 of the hostages being held by Hamas and for more humanitarian aid to flow into the territory. In return, Israel said it'll release a first group of 150 Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli jails. Well, we have been hearing from Qatar in the past half an hour or so while we've been on the air that a truce will now come into effect tomorrow morning beginning at 7 a.m. Local time, and the release of the hostages due to start several hours later. Well, it was just hours before the truce was due to come into force today that Israel announced that there was a problem. And meanwhile, Israel's bombardment of Gaza has been continuing. All this means a further anxious wait for the relatives of the Israeli hostages who've been continuing their protests in Tel Aviv.
We are already 47 days into a roller coaster of emotions. Today is no different. We hope that at least the children will come home as fast as possible because they are running out of time. They cannot wait any longer. Not them, not the elderly, not the injured, and not the sick ones. We believe that this agreement will lead to additional agreements that will bring back all the hostages. We are waiting for this to open up additional agreements. We hope that Hamas will respect their side of the agreement.
We're trying not to have too many expectations. We will breathe only once we see them with our own eyes or through the Red Cross, with the help of God, once all the children are back, and that the agreements happens. We ask not to forget the ones that are still there, to keep fighting with us until everyone comes home.
And it is expected, according to what's coming out of Qatar, that 13 Israeli hostages will be released on Friday from 4 p.m. local time. As I mentioned, the truce will also allow hundreds more trucks carrying aid to drive into Gaza from Egypt. Mohammed Khalaini is a British civil servant from Manchester who was in Gaza visiting family when the conflict began. He's now in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza.
We obviously felt a great sense of relief having suffered under almost 50 days now of Israeli bombardment, displacement from our homes, lack of water, fuel, shortages of food. So having this reprieve is definitely welcome, but also it's not sufficient. What we really need is a total ceasefire, an end to Israel's attack, and a move towards the end of Israel's occupation. That's what we need. A move towards a Palestinian state where Palestinians can live in freedom and with dignity and with their human rights intact, like most of the nations around the world and like, Israelis, I would say as well.
Are people nervous about the fact that there has been this delay? Are people worried that the deal might break down?
Oh, yeah, we do try to manage our expectations in the sense that it's not certain till you see it with your eyes. And even in the midst of a ceasefire, there are still risks, unexploded ordnance, the risks, just the general environmental hazards that have been caused by the war. So, a ceasefire doesn't mean the removal of risk. It just means a pause, but we're still in a very, very horrific situation and in a humanitarian catastrophe.
And we're told that it should allow hundreds of trucks carrying supplies to come in to Gaza. I mean, just give us a sense of how badly that is needed, at least where you are in Khan Yunis.
Sure, yeah, there are shortages of pretty much of many things. Foremost amongst them, flour, salt is in short supply as well. Other staple goods like pulses. We couldn't get fava beans, which used to make fool for a while. And as aid started trickling in, we started seeing some of these products return, but still nowhere near previous levels. So I don't know how many, 600 trucks over 5 days is, Gaza used to get 400 to 800 trucks a day, and now it's 600 trucks over 5 days. So let's put that into perspective, that this isn't enough for what Gaza needs.
What about the fighting while the final details of this pause are being negotiated? I mean, have there been bombs falling in or around Khan Yunis in the past 24 hours?
Yes. Last night, we didn't sleep for artillery bombardment and even gunfights in eastern Khan Yunis. It was very, very loud and continuous. I believe that there was an aerial bombardment on a home in the Sheikh Nasser district today, with several Palestinians killed in that, and we heard a few explosions throughout the morning. So, I think there's always a fear with ceasefires. People are always fearful that what happens is Israel will try to either consolidate or take opportunities that it wants to take, and people are really afraid in the run-up to ceasefires of an intensification. And it's kind of in some ways been borne out, because last night was just off the charts in some sense, just the continued artillery. So people are nervous about that.
That was Mohammed Khalaini speaking to me from Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Well, as I mentioned, while we've been on the air, the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson has confirmed that the truce will now begin on Friday morning at 7 o'clock local time. Here's what he's been saying.
The first batch of civilians to be released from Gaza will be around 4 p.m. of the same day. They will be 13 in number, all women and children, and those hostages who are from the same families will be put together within the same patch. Obviously, every day will include a number of civilians, as agreed, to total 50 within the 4 days. The communications that took place and the meetings that took place all through yesterday went on until early morning today with the Egyptians and the parties of the conflict present here in Doha. The meetings went very well and in a positive environment, and the results, of course, was the implementation plan of the agreement, which we have always said needed to be something that is concrete and very ready to create a safe environment for the release of the hostages.
That was a spokesperson for Qatar's foreign ministry speaking about 20 minutes ago. Well, joining me live on the line is Amichai Chikli, Israel's Minister for Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism. He's from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party. Welcome to NewsHour, Mr. Chikli. Just first of all, your reaction to the news coming out of Qatar that it seems that this pause in fighting will now begin on Friday morning.
Yeah, so we know about the details. There was a long night of meeting of the government to summarize the details and to vote. I voted in favor of the agreement, although there are prices. It needs to be understood that this is just a pause. We're not about to finish the war against Hamas. Hamas will be defeated. Hamas will be destroyed. He opens this war with horrific atrocities, and bear no mistake, this is just a pause. The war will continue, and we will do everything to bring back our children, women, and men that have been kidnapped from their home for doing no wrong.
Yeah, and that is the key, because as we understand it, 13 of the hostages will be released on Friday, and then a similar number for each of the 4 days of the pause. Now, that is also, it may be extendable. I mean, are you minded to continue extending it until all the hostages are out?
Look, we have zero trust in the savages, barbarian of Hamas. Zero trust. So we will see step by step what can be achieved in order to bring back our people. I want to mention just one of them, Emily Ann. She celebrated her nine years anniversary at Hamas captivity. This is insane reality. So on the one hand, we need to do everything we can to bring them back home. But on the other hand, the goal is to defeat Hamas and to destroy Hamas. And it is very, very complicated to navigate in between these two missions. And we will do whatever it needs to fulfill these two sacred missions.
Yeah. And is it your expectation that the very youngest of the hostages will be among the first released?
We hope to see the children, the women, the elderly people, those who are defenseless. We hope to see them first. That is part of the agreement. And it's also very important to understand that there is no symmetry between the youngsters and women who were convicted in a court for terrorist attempts to murder our people, and between people who were taken from their home on Shabbat morning in the middle of a holiday.
Sure, no, and you know, and nobody's making that equivalence. Although the Palestinian prisoners that have been released, many of them haven't actually been charged. They are being held without charge. Some of them, aren't they?
I've watched the list. The vast majority, people who committed crimes. Some of them attempts to stab. Some of them attempts to bomb themselves. Some of them other terrorist activities. Every one of them had full rights. Every one of them was treated as a human being, something that we haven't seen from Hamas savages.
Do you know what the problem was with starting the truce today?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, what was the hold-up? Because it was meant to begin this morning, Thursday morning. Have you any idea?
I have no idea. I cannot refer to. No, I don't know.
So, is it possible that there could be another delay? I mean, how confident are you that things will begin?
That's
on
what
Friday?
I said just a minute ago. We have zero trust in Hamas. We don't trust them. We don't know what will happen tomorrow. We are determined to continue the war and to bring Hamas into a total defeat. We hope that we can see our 13 men and women and children tomorrow. We hope, but until it's happened, we need to be skeptical, because we are dealing with people who raped, murdered, beheaded our people, beheaded innocent people, and therefore there are no expectations.
Well, we shall see what happens on Friday. Amichai Chikli, thank you very much indeed for joining us live on NewsHour today. That's Amichai Chikli, Israel's Minister for Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism. He's a member of the Prime Minister's Likud party. And just to recap what's been coming out of Qatar in the past half hour, the temporary pause due to begin at 7 a.m. local time. The first hostages being held by Hamas will be released on Friday from approximately 4 p.m. according to the Qatari government, and at the same time it's assumed that some of those Palestinian prisoners will be released around the same time. You're listening to NewsHour from the BBC World Service.
In 10 minutes, the inquiry asks, why is Bangladesh in turmoil?
The situation has gone from bad to worse. For example, the laws that are limiting press freedom, limiting freedom of expression, and increasingly limiting the freedoms of assembly as well.
At bbcworldservice.com, it's all about the science of cricket on unexpected elements.
On the rough side, the airflow around it becomes turbulent, and that actually lowers the pressure on that side. And because it's still smooth on the other side, the cricket ball then swings to that side, and that can be as much as half a meter that it swings to the side, and that can throw off the batsman.
And on Tech Life, meet tomorrow's innovators.
We develop crops, so agricultural crops that are naturally resistant to fungal infections, so we don't have to spray with any pesticides or fungicides.
Now let's head back to James Menendez and NewsHour.
A reminder of our top story today on NewsHour. Dutch political leaders are preparing for negotiations to form a coalition government after the far-right Freedom Party led by Geert Wilders pulled off a surprise election victory. Sanne van Oostens, a Dutch researcher in political science at Oxford University, she's been telling us more about Mr. Wilders.
What you have to understand about Geert Wilders is what sets him apart from all the other radical right-wing parties, because there are quite a few radical right-wing parties in the Netherlands, is anti-Muslim hate. He is the most vocal about being anti-Muslim, and not so much in the last campaign. He hasn't been that vocal about it in this campaign, or less than we're used to. But in the last 17 years, he's been extremely vocal.
Also this hour, the wet winter and good harvest in the Australian state of Queensland has led to an explosion in the number of rats. You're listening to NewsHour from the BBC. This is James Menendez with NewsHour. Earlier this year, the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin over allegations that Russia had deported nearly 20,000 Ukrainian children following its full-scale invasion last year, a figure the Russian government disputes. Well, now a BBC investigation has discovered that a close political ally of President Putin has adopted a child taken from a Ukrainian children's home. Hilary Anderson reports.
As Russian troops battled to keep control of Kherson last year, a group of more than 40 Ukrainian children played together in a basement. These were children from the Kherson Regional Children's Home. Some were orphans, some had special medical needs, others had parents who couldn't look after them. There were persistent reports in the city that the Russians were taking Ukrainian children.
Here we have the children's artwork.
Dr. Natalia Lutakova, who cared for children at the nearby local hospital, was worried.
Here we had wards for children from the children's home.
One of her patients was a 10-month-old girl called Margarita, who had bronchitis. Margarita's mother had given up custody soon after she was born.
She was, well, she probably still is, smiley. She loved tenderness, cuddling people. Such a cute little girl.
Last August, a mysterious Russian visitor came to the hospital. She introduced herself as an official from Moscow and asked to inspect the children on Margarita's ward. Shortly after, Margarita was sent back to the children's home. Then, armed Russian men came in a car and took her away. 7 weeks later, the remaining 46 children in the children's home were taken. Naming the children one by one, Russian officials loaded them onto buses and ambulances to take them deeper into Russian-controlled territory. A Russian member of parliament appeared to orchestrate the operation and said it was a humanitarian mission. The Russians filmed the whole event. A Ukrainian freelance investigator, Victoria Novikova, has been working with the BBC to try to find out what happened to the Kherson children.
The Kherson children's home was ripped apart by the Russians. They took the children away in different directions, absolutely brazen abductions. I feel a cold rage. My job is to return these children. It is also really important to identify those involved in this crime. This is an extremely difficult process.
Earlier this year, traveling to the wooded reaches of northern Ukraine, Victoria tracked down Olya, the mother of one of the missing children, Victor.
My son Victor will be 3 years old. He was 2 when I last saw him. My husband goes to the bathroom to cry. I also go outside to cry.
Victor had been in the care home awaiting medical treatment. Olya lost contact with him months ago after fighting forced her to leave her son. Victoria showed her the video of the children being taken away last October to see if she could see her son. Olya watched intently.
Here.
Olya spotted Victor waving from the bus window.
Victor. Victor.
She put her head in her hands and sobbed quietly. Victoria helped Olya apply to the Russian authorities to get Victor back. Russia says it will return children if a relative or legal guardian makes an application and travels to collect them. Olya was scared of going to Russia, but agreed to try. While Olya began the long and difficult process, Victoria began to look for Margarita. The first question, who was the woman who'd visited Margarita in the hospital ward? Victoria showed a photo of Russian officials visiting her son that month to Dr. Lutukova, who pointed to a woman in a lilac dress.
Was the woman in lilac there with bodyguards?
This woman, dressed in lilac, was introduced as the head of Children's Affairs. They were escorted by 3 armed soldiers. She was the one who visited us, and she was the one who paid attention to Margarita.
We uncovered documents that reveal the woman's identity. Her name is Inna Varlamova. She works for the Russian parliament in an unknown role.
Why she was chosen for this strange trip to Kherson, I don't know yet.
Later, we got hold of documents and train bookings. Inna Varlamova had arrived in occupied Ukraine the day Margarita was taken, and she returned to Moscow that same night. Then, a breakthrough. We found marriage and birth records. Weeks after Margarita was taken, Varlamova married a major Russian politician. The couple have a child called Marina. Marina's birthday was listed as October 31st, 2021, the same day Margarita was born.
When I saw Marina's birthday was the same as Margarita's, I realized it was a bingo.
Victory will be ours. Russia will prevail. Russia will be great.
Sergei Mironov, Varlamova's husband, is an ally of President Putin who strongly supports the war in Ukraine.
He's a politician of a very high caliber. He's just one of Putin's hunger-ons.
The adoption record shows that he and his wife adopted Margarita. Her name was changed to Marina and her place of birth to Russia. Under international law, removing a child from their home country with no intention of giving them back is a war crime. The Russian government says it's unaware of the case and can't comment. Mironov and Varlamova didn't respond to requests for comment. Olya finally got permission to travel to Russia. She went with her sister Ludmila. Olya held her child close. Victor gently caressed her face. He had recognized her after a year apart.
I kept thinking, where is he? How is he? Is he alive or not? Everything crossed my mind. Was it bad without Mommy?
That report by the BBC's Hilary Anderson. Mr. Mironov hasn't responded to the specific allegations in Hilary's investigation, but this morning he posted a general criticism on his Telegram account about false information, attacks on him and his family. That is it for this edition of News Hour from me and the rest of the team here in London. Thanks so much for being with us. Until the next time, take care. Bye-bye.
This is the BBC World Service, and on the food chain this week...
Seaweed soup,
aniseed sprinkles, ground nuts and spices, or just a piece of dry toast. A wide variety of foods are traditionally eaten after childbirth. I'm Ruth Alexander, and we're taking a look at the oldest customs and newest trends for new mothers to help them recover after having a baby.
The Food Chain, today at 23:30 GMT. In 60 Minutes, OS with James Reynolds.
We'll hear from the Netherlands, where politics has been shaken up. Geert Wilders, the anti-Islam populist leader, has led his party to the most seats in parliament following the election. What then does this showing say about the Netherlands?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Welcome to the inquiry on the BBC World Service with me, Tanya Beckett. For the last 3 decades, the leadership of Bangladesh has been fought over by 2 powerful women.
At the beginning, there was not that much animosity between the two. But as things went on, they saw each other as the rival for power.
Both leaders suffered unimaginable personal tragedy before entering politics.
The death of her family is one, but also the driving force was to unite the party and make it as a formidable opposition.
But amid mass protests in the streets and much of the opposition in jail, what chance is there that voting will be free and fair?
The electorate, the ordinary Bangladeshis, are frustrated with the political system, and they're turning out to make their voices heard.
This week on The Inquiry, we're asking, why is Bangladesh in turmoil? That's after the news.
Hello, this is Julie Candler with the BBC News. Qatar has announced that the 4-day halt to the fighting in Gaza, agreed by Israel and Hamas, will begin on Friday at 7 in the morning local time. Speaking in Doha, a Foreign Ministry spokesman, Majid al-Ansari, told journalists that a list of the hostages to be released has been handed to the Israeli intelligence service. He said the first batch would be released on Friday.
They will be 13 in number, all women and children, and those hostages who are from the same families will be put together within the same patch. Obviously, every day will include a number of civilians, as agreed, to total 50 within the 4 days. The results, of course, was the implementation plan of the agreement, which we have always said needed to be something that is concrete and very ready to create a safe environment for the release of the hostages.
Mr. al-Ansari said a number of Palestinians currently held in Israeli jails would also be released. The medical director of another besieged hospital in northern Gaza has told the BBC of desperate conditions facing staff and patients as Israel continues to bombard the territory. Fighting involving Israeli tanks has raged outside the Indonesian hospital for days. Dr. Marwan Sultan said people were sheltering in the hospital's corridors because windows were being shattered by gunfire. He says his own office has been targeted several times. Some of the hospital's 200 patients are children with burns injuries. The head of Gaza's biggest hospital, Al-Shifa, has been detained by Israeli forces. Dr. Mohammed Abu Salamia was arrested along with several other medical staff. The Israeli military says that under his management, the hospital served as a command center for Hamas. Yolande Null is in Jerusalem.
A day after Israel's military showed journalists this well-built tunnel at a Shifa hospital, which it says was used by Hamas fighters hiding there behind civilians as a human shield. Now Israel has confirmed that it's arrested the hospital director and other staff there. And all of this as, of course, Israel and Hamas, both sides are continuing to accuse each other of war crimes at this site.
In other news, Turkey's central bank has hiked interest rates by higher than expected 5 percentage points in its latest move to rein in soaring prices. The increase brings the cost of borrowing to 40%. It's the latest in a series of sharp rises aimed at strengthening the Turkish lira and bringing down rampant inflation. Liam Peach is an analyst with Capital Economics.
Really what's happened in emerging markets over recent decades is that it takes 5 years to get inflation down to single digits when you're at such high levels. But I think what the central bank really needs to do is keep interest rates at around 40 to 45%, at least through next year. And then I think we could be talking about a more positive inflation picture later this decade.
World news from the BBC. A court in Dhaka has convicted 75 members of the main opposition Bangladesh Nationalist Party of violence and arson during protests that took place a decade ago. All were given 2.5-year jail terms, although most were sentenced in absentia. Lawyers for the BNP say more than 400 of its officials and activists have been sentenced this month in a huge crackdown ahead of elections in January. The party says the cases are politically motivated and aimed at silencing dissent. The military ruler of Niger, Jallo Abdurrahman Tiani, is in Mali on his first international trip since seizing power in July. Niger's neighbours, Mali and Burkina Faso, are also run by military leaders following coups since 2020. The three countries have pledged solidarity in the face of international condemnation and sanctions. They're also facing immense security challenges due to the presence of Islamist militants who carry out frequent attacks. Part of the state of Queensland in Australia have been overrun with a plague of rats. A wet winter and a good harvest have created the ideal breeding conditions. Mickey Bristow reports.
The rats are everywhere and in massive numbers. There are so many that they've been forced to migrate across Queensland in search of food. Hordes of them have even turned up, some dead, some alive, on the beaches of coastal towns. The rats reproduce quickly, and an explosion in their numbers often follows periods of prolonged rainfall in Australia. But experts say the rodents might soon run out of food, and the population should then crash.
The former West Indies cricketer Marlon Samuels has been banned from the sport for 6 years. He was found to have breached a number of anti-corruption rules. They include failing to declare the receipt of a gift and obstructing the investigation into his behaviour. Samuels has since retired from cricket. BBC News.
Welcome to the inquiry on the BBC World Service with me, Tanya Beckett. One question, 4 expert witnesses and an answer. Bangladesh is the fastest expanding economy in the Asia-Pacific region, and its garment industry is a powerhouse for many Western fashion labels. But the nation is gripped by protests. Soaring inflation has cast a shadow over its economic success, and Bangladeshis are pushing back against leader Sheikh Hasina's tightening grip on the nation ahead of elections in January of next year. The opposition Bangladesh Nationalist Party is calling for her to resign and threatening to boycott the upcoming elections if their demand
Und jetzt ist sie da, die Königin von Saba. 3 Minuten hat sie gebraucht für ihren Einzug. Das war ein Ausschnitt aus dem Oratorium Solomon von Georg Friedrich Händel mit The 16 unter der Leitung von Harry Christophers. Bei Heinrich Schütz denkt man an geistliche Musik mit deutschen Texten, an strengen Protestantismus. Gleich stellen wir Ihnen einen italienischen Schütz vor, den gibt's nämlich auch. Und das Beste daran, ohne den italienischen gäbe es vermutlich auch den späteren protestantisch-deutschen Schütz nicht. Eine Neuaufnahme seiner frühen italienischen Madrigale stellen wir Ihnen gleich vor, hier in Leporello in BR Klassik, nach der Klaviermusik von Chopin. Das Scherzo in Cis-Moll von Frédéric Chopin, gespielt von Maurizio Pollini, und das um 3:45.
BR Klassik Aufnahmeprüfung. Das neue Album.
Keiner hat dem lutherischen Bibeltext so viel Eleganz und Geschmeidigkeit gegeben. Bei keinem bis dahin klingt die deutsche Sprache so selbstverständlich musikalisch wie bei ihm, Heinrich Schütz. Wo hat er das alles nur gelernt? In Venedig hat er gelernt, bei Giovanni Gabrieli, und zwar auf Italienisch. Und dort, wo Sprache schon eine Art Musik ist, lernte er, wie man Musik und Sprache miteinander versöhnt. Oswald Beaujean stellt uns eine Neuaufnahme von Schütz Opus 1 vor.
Heinrich Schütz war das nicht jener auf allen Darstellungen streng dreinblickende ältere Herr mit grauem Spitzbart, der gerne Verse vertonte wie »So fahr ich hin zu Jesu Christ« oder »Ich aber bin elend und arm, Gott, eile zu mir« oder ähnliche religiöse Texte. Heinrich Schütz, der ernsthafte, tiefgründig fromme, vielleicht ein wenig nüchterne Schöpfer wunderbarer geistlicher Vokalwerke. Ja, war er. Doch dieser Schütz konnte auch ganz anders. Du bist eine Flamme, die mich umgarnt, und eine Schlinge, die mich entflammt, o teurer, süßer, kostbarer Liebeszauber, der mein Herz entzündet. Nein, hier ist ausdrücklich nicht von der göttlichen Liebe die Rede, sondern durchaus von sehr irdischer. Könntest du doch ein Netz sein, das mich umschließt an meiner Dame Busen, derlei und ähnliche Verse vertonte Schütz in seinem Primo Libro de Madrigali, im ersten Buch seiner italienischen Madrigale von 1611. Einen zweiten Band mit Madrigalen hat Schütz bedauerlicherweise nie komponiert. Als Heinrich Schütz diese Madrigale schrieb, war er noch kein grauhaariger älterer Herr, und er tat es auch nicht in Dresden oder Wolfenbüttel oder ähnlichen Orten im Norden, an denen er wirkte. Der junge Heinrich zeigte ein erstaunliches musikalisches Talent, und der kunstliebende Landgraf Moritz von Hessen-Kassel hatte es mit sicherem Instinkt entdeckt und zögerte nicht, das kompositorisch völlig unbeschriebene Blatt mit gut gefülltem Portemonnaie nach Venedig zu schicken. Damals eines der Zentren der Musik in ganz Europa. Dort machte sich der 24-jährige Schütz, inspiriert von der Sonne und vom Licht Italiens, unter anderem mit der großen Madrigalkunst eines Claudio Monteverdi vertraut. Die alsbald erscheinende Sammlung von 19 italienischen Madrigalen legt davon beredtes Zeugnis ab. Diesen Band hat das wunderbare Ensemble Les Arts Florissants jetzt vorgelegt, unter der Leitung des schottischen Tenors Paul Agnew, seit einigen Jahren einer der beiden künstlerischen Leiter der Truppe. Paul Agnew hat bereits die Aufnahme sämtlicher Madrigale von Carlo Gesualdo auf 3 künstlerisch herausragenden Alben verantwortet. Der Mann weiß also, wie man italienische Madrigale singt, und die anderen 5 von Les Arts Florissants wissen es auch. Perfekt in der Stimmführung, äußerst expressiv, eng der großartigen musikalischen Textausdeutung von Schütz folgend, dabei ungemein farbig. Ganz sicher eine Referenzaufnahme dieser Musik, die beim ersten Eindruck so gar nicht nach Schütz klingt, aber dann eben doch. Man wäre nicht traurig, würde auf irgendeinem Dachboden doch noch ein zweiter Band mit italienischen Madrigalen von Heinrich Schütz auftauchen.
Oswald Beaujean wünscht sich mehr italienische Madrigale von Heinrich Schütz, und er stellte uns eine neue Aufnahme vor mit Les Arts Florissants. Erschienen ist sie beim Label Harmonia Mundi. Musik von Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach. Der dritte Satz Presto aus seinem Streicherkonzert in C-Dur mit den Berliner Barocksolisten unter der Leitung von Reinhard Göbel. Karl Maria von Weber hat seine Stücke für Klarinette nicht für Dilettanten geschrieben, so viel steht fest, sondern für einen echten Könner, für Heinrich Bermann nämlich, einen der besten Klarinettisten seiner Zeit. Und das merkt man diesen Stücken auch gleich an, auch jedem der 3 Sätze des Klarinettenkonzerts Nummer 1 und das vom ersten Ton. Sharon Kam Klarinette und das Gewandhausorchester Leipzig unter Kurt Masur mit dem dritten Satz Rondo Allegretto aus dem Klarinettenkonzert Nummer 1 in F-Moll von Karl Maria von Weber.
BR Klassik heute Abend.
Sie war Preisträgerin bei renommierten Wettbewerben und Solistin bei namhaften Orchestern. Inzwischen hat Hornistin Marie-Louise Neunecker ihre aktive Karriere beendet. Unser Klassikstar ab 18 Uhr. Joseph Bastion begann als Posaunist beim BRSO. Jetzt startet er als Dirigent richtig durch. Was der neue Chef der Münchner Symphoniker außerdem zu erzählen hat, erfahren Sie ab 19 Uhr.
BR Klassik morgen Vormittag.
Rustikal, ursprünglich, authentisch. Mit Volksmusik und Volkstanz reisen wir einmal quer durch Europa. Von Rumänien über Spanien nach England. Los geht's um 9.
BR Klassik. Zeit für Musik.
Und los geht jetzt bei uns um kurz nach 4:30 Musik von Brahms aus seinem Violinkonzert. Radoslav Schulz Violine und das Symphonieorchester des Bayerischen Rundfunks unter André Previn mit dem Adagio aus dem Violinkonzert D-Dur von Johannes Brahms. Was sind das für Zeiten, wo ein Gespräch über Bäume fast ein Verbrechen ist, weil es ein Schweigen über so viele Untaten einschließt, dichtete Bertolt Brecht. Der Komponist Krzysztof Penderecki hätte diesen Satz wohl nicht unterschrieben. Seine große Leidenschaft waren neben der Musik die Bäume und er sprach auch gern darüber. Heute vor 90 Jahren wurde er geboren.
BR Klassik, was heute geschah.
23. November 1933. Der polnische Komponist Krzysztof Penderecki wird geboren. In Dębica, einer Kleinstadt im Süden des Landes. Der Sohn eines musikbegeisterten Anwalts legt einen geradezu kometenhaften Aufstieg hin. Dass er ganz früh schon auf Geige und Klavier glänzt, keine Frage. Dass er in Krakau Komposition studiert, vollkommen klar. Dass er mit Mitte 20 beim Warschauer Wettbewerb junger polnischer Komponisten anonym 3 Stücke einreicht, zu erwarten. Dass er dann aber auch für alle 3 einen Preis bekommt, das erstaunt dann manche doch ein bisschen. Dank dieser Erfolge bekommt Penderecki Kontakt zu Verlegern und Veranstaltern auch jenseits des Eisernen Vorhangs. Und bereits ein Jahr später hat er eine Uraufführung bei den Donaueschinger Musiktagen. Dann wird er Professor, später Rektor der Krakauer Musikakademie, gründet ein Studio für elektronische Musik und bleibt ständig in Bewegung. Probiert alle möglichen Genres aus, von der Sonate über das Streichquartett bis zu Opern und Sinfonien. Selbst Filmmusik macht er. Für Stanley Kubricks Shining etwa. Ein Teil seiner Kollegenschaft nimmt ihm das übel. Sie wittern Verrat an der konstruierten, ernsten, gehaltvollen Musik, deren Gütesiegel es per se schon ist, nur von einem kleinen Kreis Eingeweihter verstanden zu werden. Penderecki aber will Publikum und das gefunden. Ich liebe es, unbekannte Wege zu gehen, sagt er, und dazu sind ihm alle Mittel recht, moderne wie sehr alte Ausdrucksmittel. Er verwebt gregorianische Melodien mit tonalen Elementen, 12-tönigen Strukturen und aggressiven Clustern zu einer sehr bildhaften Tonsprache. Und auf seinem Landsitz bei Krakau kultiviert er eine riesige Baumsammlung. Über 1700. Parallelen zu seiner Arbeit? Ja, sicher. Ich glaube an Musik, die Wurzeln hat, sagt er. Und die europäische Musik hat Wurzeln, die man nicht vergessen hat.
Heute vor 90 Jahren im polnischen Dębica. Krzysztof Penderecki wird geboren. Das war unsere Kalenderseite von Florian Hauser.
difference.
Ob Max Reger ein eifriger und guter Tänzer war, das wissen wir nicht. Wahrscheinlich eher nicht, bei seiner durch Essen und Trinken doch sehr umfangreich gewordenen Physis. Aber offenbar konnte er sich das Tanzen gut vorstellen, auch beim Komponieren. Das hier war eine Ballettmusik von ihm. Ein Valse d'amour aus der Ballettsuite in D-Dur von Max Reger, gespielt vom Rundfunkorchester des Hessischen Rundfunks unter der Leitung von Christian Stalling. Und bei dieser Musik hier, da sieht man regelrecht die Tracks durch die Weiten des Wilden Westens, den Büffel-Indianer-Staubwolken. Dabei ist es Musik, die vor den Western-Klischees entstand, die bei uns im Kopf herumspuken. Dvořáks
League, ranked 7th.
Sinfonie Nummer 9 in E-Moll aus der neuen Welt von Antonin Dvorak. Das war der dritte Satz mit dem Symphonieorchester des Bayerischen Rundfunks unter Maris Jansons. Moderne Musik ist eher eine intellektuelle Kuriosität. Das sagt ausgerechnet ein Komponist, Alexei Schor, Jahrgang 1970, geboren in Kiew, mittlerweile längst US-Bürger. Und was er komponiert, das klingt tatsächlich nach allem, nur nicht nach moderner Musik. Hier ist Musik von ihm, The Well-Tempered Chanson, ein Werk für Viola und Orchester. Wir hören David Aaron Carpenter und das London Philharmonic Orchestra.
Morgen auf BR Klassik.
Diese Musik bereitet Gänsehaut. Sie beginnt unhörbar aus dem Nichts und endet wieder in Stille. Das Cellokonzert von Jörg Ligeti. Das Symphonieorchester des Bayerischen Rundfunks erinnert an den Avantgarde-Komponisten, der vor 100 Jahren geboren wurde. Die Dirigentin Sung Chi-yon rahmt die Musik Ligetis mit Werken von Maurice Ravel ein. Mit dabei sein Bolero. Das BRSO mit Ligeti und Ravel. Morgen live um 20 Uhr.
BR Klassik. Zeit für Musik. BR Klassik Nachrichten.
17 Uhr die Nachrichten des Bayerischen Rundfunks mit Jerzy Mack. Die Übersicht. Lindner kündigt Aussetzung der Schuldenbremse für 2023 an. Feuerpause in Gaza soll morgen früh beginnen. Söder drängt erneut auf Reformen beim Grundrecht auf Asyl. Das Wetter nachts von Norden her Regen, Tiefstwerte 6 bis -2 Grad. Berlin. Die Bundesregierung will für das laufende Jahr die im Grundgesetz verankerte Schuldenbremse erneut aussetzen. Finanzminister Lindner kündigte an, dass er dem Kabinett nächste Woche den Entwurf für einen entsprechenden Nachtragshaushalt vorlegen will. Damit verschafft sich die Bundesregierung die Möglichkeit, teuer die Neuverschuldung deutlich zu erhöhen. Dabei geht es laut Finanzministerium um rund 45 Milliarden Euro, die vor allem die Ausgaben des Energiekrisenfonds rechtlich absichern sollen. Seine Aufgabe sei es, so Lindner, einen Tisch zu machen, bevor über den Haushalt 2024 gesprochen wird. Damit zieht die Bundesregierung die Konsequenz aus dem Urteil des Verfassungsgerichts, dass die Übertragung der Corona-Kredite in den Klimafonds für grundgesetzwidrig erklärt hat. Die eigentlich für heute geplante Waffenruhe zwischen Israel und der radikal-islamischen Hamas soll nun morgen früh beginnen. Das teilt die Vermittler aus Katar mit. Der Plan für die viertägige Waffenruhe sieht vor, dass die Milizionäre der Hamas und das israelische Militär ab 7 Uhr Ortszeit die Kämpfe einstellen. Laut dem Außenministerium in Doha sollen dann rund 200 Lastwagen mit Hilfsgütern so schnell wie möglich von Ägypten in den Gazastreifen rollen. Israel bestätigte zudem den Eingang einer Namensliste von 13 festgehaltenen Geiseln, die morgen Nachmittag freikommen sollen. Insgesamt sollen während der Feuerpause 50 der mehr als 200 von Hamas-Terroristen verschleppten Geiseln freigelassen werden. Im Gegenzug hatte Israel zugesagt, 150 palästinensische Frauen und Jugendliche aus Gefängnissen zu entlassen. Ingolstadt. Angesichts weiter hoher Zuwanderungszahlen hat sich der bayerische Ministerpräsident Söder erneut für eine Änderung des Grundrechts auf Asyl ausgesprochen. Das aktuelle Recht sei nicht für die derzeitige Situation gemacht. Daher müsse man, so Söder, über Anpassungen des Grundrechts nachdenken. Den jüngst zwischen Bund und Ländern gefundenen Kompromiss zur Migrationspolitik bezeichnete der CSU-Chef als ersten Schritt, der noch nicht ausreicht. Entscheidend sei dabei eine Zurückweisung von Menschen an der Grenze, die keine Erfolgsaussicht auf Asyl in Deutschland haben. Polnische Lastwagenfahrer haben ihre Proteste gegen billige Konkurrenz aus der Ukraine ausgeweitet. Zahlreiche Grenzübergänge in die Ukraine sind blockiert, sagten heute auch der Grenzübergang bei Przemyśl. So sollen ukrainische Lkw an der Einfahrt in die EU gehindert werden. Die polnischen Speditionen werfen der ukrainischen Konkurrenz Wettbewerbsverzerrung vor. Ukrainische Lkw dürfen seit Juni 2022 ohne Spezialgenehmigung in die EU fahren. Für den insolventen Glashersteller Beck aus Baden-Württemberg gibt es eine Zukunft. Die Aurelius-Gruppe übernimmt Beck, wie Insolvenzverwalter Braun am Nachmittag mitteilte. Beck hatte Mitte Juni Insolvenz angemeldet, unter anderem wegen der zuvor gesunkenen Nachfrage. Die Standorte und die meisten Arbeitsplätze bleiben erhalten. Das Wetter in Bayern: oft bewölkt, aber noch meist trocken. In der Nacht der Morgen her Regen, Tiefstwerte 6 bis -2 Grad. Morgen bewölkt, vom Norden her teils kräftige Regen- und Graupelschauer. Zum Abend sinkt die Schneefallgrenze auf 800 bis 500 Meter. Am Wochenende zeitweise Schnee und Schneeregen und kaltenteils länger anhaltend. Höchstwerte -2 bis +8 Grad. Soweit die Nachrichten, es ist 15:04 Uhr. Einige Verkehrsmeldungen. A3 Nürnberg Richtung Würzburg zwischen Wiesenthal und dem Kreuz Bibelried 12 Kilometer Stau wegen Aufräumarbeiten. A8 Salzburg Richtung München zwischen Übersee und Bernau am Chiemsee 6 Kilometer Stau. A93 Regensburg Richtung Hof zwischen Luhe, Wildenau und Weiden Nord 6 Kilometer Stau und stockend. Die A94 Passau-München ist in beiden Richtungen zwischen Lengdorf und Hohenlinden nach einem Unfall mit einem Gefahrguttransporter gesperrt. Es staut sich. A99 Ostumfahrung München Richtung Nürnberg zwischen Haar und Aschheim-Ismaning 9 Kilometer Stau an einer Baustelle. Und noch die B20 Berchtesgaden Richtung Burghausen zwischen Bad Reichenhall und Pieding 5 Kilometer Stau. In der Gegenrichtung zwischen Einring und Bad Reichenhall ebenfalls ein Stau. Soweit diese Verkehrsübersicht.
BR Klassik Leporello mit Christian Schuler.
Und Impressionen aus spanischen Nächten, komponiert von Luigi Boccherini. Die Anklänge an Katzenmusik sind hier alles andere als zufällig. Luigi Boccherini hat hier mit Musik gemalt, also eine Szene dargestellt, Nachtmusik aus den Straßen von Madrid. Und in Madrid gibt es eben viele Katzen, glaube ich. Und das war jedenfalls ein Quintett, das Luigi Boccherini da komponiert hat. Wir hörten eine Bearbeitung des Cembalisten Andreas Steyer für Cembalo und Barockorchester. Die Stadt Dorfen, knapp 50 Kilometer nordöstlich von München, feiert dieses Jahr Jubiläum und das tut sie sehr ausgiebig. 1250 Jahre Dorfen und da war schon einiges los dieses Jahr. Der krönende Abschluss des Jubiläumsjahres steht aber noch bevor. Jetzt am Wochenende Mendelssohns Oratorium Paulus in ganz großer Besetzung. Gleich schauen wir voraus.
Wenn hier 120 Leute aus vollster Kehle Mendelssohn schmettern, dann ist das einfach nur Gänsehaut pur. Und die Musik ist einfach so wunderschön, geht einem so ins Herz und so in die Seele. Also das ist zum Singen toll und zum Zuhören auf alle Fälle.
Anna Schmidt, eine der insgesamt 200 Mitwirkenden am kommenden Wochenende. 5 Chöre, Solisten, Orchester. Ein echtes Großereignis in Dorfen. Gleich mehr dazu nach der Musik von Tschaikowski. Tchaikovskys Walzer aus Eugen Onegin mit dem Cincinnati Pops Orchestra. 4:45 ist es, Leporello in BR-Klassik. Dorfen versteht zu feiern und stellt dafür einiges auf die Beine. Im Sommer gab es den Freiluftfaust in der Stadt und jetzt ein Oratorium als Gemeinschaftsprojekt mehrerer Chöre. Paulus von Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy soll erklingen zum Abschluss des Jubiläumsjahres 1250 Jahre Dorfen. Ein meisterliches Spiel und ein Juwel der Gegenwart, so nannte einst Robert Schumann das Oratorium von Mendelssohn, und das Stück ist bis heute für Chorsänger ein Dauerbrenner. 5 Chöre sind jetzt am Wochenende in Dorfen am Start, Solisten, ein großes Orchester, und Julie Metzdorf hat schon Eindrücke gesammelt.
Großes Geschnatter im Faserl auf dem Rupreichtsberg in Dorfen. Fast 120 Sängerinnen und Sänger sind hier für eine der letzten Proben vor der Premiere des Mendelssohn-Oratoriums Paulus zusammengekommen. Da gibt es natürlich viel zu erzählen. Doch dann hebt Chorleiter Ernst Bartmann die Hände und die Gespräche verstummen. Im vergangenen Sommer hatten die Dorfener mitten in der historischen Altstadt Goethes Faust als großes Freiluftspektakel inszeniert. Anlass war die 1250-Jahr-Feier der Stadt. Mit insgesamt 6000 Zuschauern war der Faust ein voller Erfolg. Aber das ist den Dorfenern und Ernst Bartmann noch nicht genug.
Nein, es war noch nicht genug. Wir wollen es ja heuer wirklich krachen lassen zum Jubiläumsjahr 1250 Jahre Dorfen. Und quasi so als letzter großer Beitrag jetzt eben der Paulus.
Als großes Gemeinschaftskonzert von 5 Chören wird nun auch noch das Paulus-Oratorium von Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy aufgeführt. Ein generationenübergreifendes Projekt mit Mitwirkenden aller Altersgruppen. Selbst Kinderchöre unter der Leitung von Lydia Ulrich Riedel sind mit dabei. Dazu noch ein großes symphonisches Orchester und Solisten, die entweder aus der Gegend kommen oder extra engagiert wurden. Macht alles zusammen fast 200 Mitwirkende und alle sind so begeistert wie Anna Schmidt und Hanne Erfurt.
Wenn hier 120 Leute aus vollster Kehle Mendelssohn schmettern, dann ist das einfach nur Gänsehaut pur.
Ja, das ist einfach so Musik zum Schwelgen und zum sich reinlegen, und das sind so tolle Harmonien, und da lernt man zum Beispiel den neapolitanischen Sechstakkord kennen, und das ist ganz was Besonderes und das Tragischste, was es gibt, das Traurigste, was es überhaupt gibt. Und es macht einfach Spaß, mit so einem Haufen Leuten zusammen zu singen, und das ist einfach was Besonderes.
Nicht alle Mitwirkende sind Profisänger, aber alle sind hoch engagiert und gehen regelmäßig in die Proben. Das sind die Grundpfeiler für ein qualitativ hochwertiges Ergebnis, sagt Ernst Bartmann. Für Mendelssohns Paulus hat er sich aus mehreren Gründen entschieden.
Zum einen ist Mendelssohn einfach ein wunderbarer Chorkomponist, und jeder Chorsänger bekommt immer ganz helle Augen, wenn man sagt, man singt Mendelssohn. Das ist einfach schöne Chormusik, und ich denke, es gibt so einen gewissen inneren Kanon für jeden Chorsänger, was man in seinem Leben mal gesungen haben sollte, und da gehört der Paulus dazu. Die Geschichte ist ja die von dem Apostel Paulus, quasi dem Völkerapostel, der hinausgezogen ist in die Welt, um das Christentum zu verkünden, um den Menschen, wie er es so oft ausdrückt, das Licht zu bringen. Und das ist, denken wir, eine schöne Botschaft, die wir auch mit so einem Jubiläumsjahr präsentieren kann.
Singen ist bei vielen Menschen heute weiterhin beliebt, besonders gern eben im Chor, gemeinsam. Es ist aber gar nicht so einfach. Singen ist eine körperliche Sache, man muss sich konzentrieren, und ein schöner Ton erfordert auch ein bisschen Körpereinsatz. Aber es lohnt sich.
Also wenn ich es vergleiche mit einem Bürojob, nach 8 Stunden, da ist man gehirntot. Und nach 8 Stunden Singen ist man einfach nur gut drauf und bester Laune, und es ist einfach nur schön.
Da ist auch was dran, dass es einfach glücklich macht.
Der Kirchenchor Dorfen, Lyriko-Vokale, der Männerchor Dorfen, der Jugendchor Dorfen und die Singsterne. 5 Chöre, dazu ein symphonisches Orchester, und die Leitungen haben Ernst Bartmann und Lydia Ulrich Riedel. Paulus von Felix Mendelssohn Bartholdy. Am Samstag, das ist morgen, übermorgen um 19 Uhr und am Sonntag um 16 Uhr in der Grund- und Mittelschule in Dorf. Tomasz Palfalvi war hier der Solist als Trompeter in der Sonate D-Dur von Georg Philipp Telemann. Er musizierte mit dem Franz Liszt Kammerorchester aus Budapest. Gleich verlosen wir Karten für ein Konzert mit Philipp Herrweche in München nächste Woche am Mittwoch. Und mit dieser Musik stimmen wir Sie schon mal darauf ein, was Sie da erwarten wird. Lacrimosa aus Mozarts Requiem, das war das Orchestre des Champs-Élysées und das Collegium Vocale Gent unter der Leitung von Philipp Herrweche.
Ab ins Konzert mit BR Klassik.
Philipp Herreweghe, Ritter der französischen Ehrenlegion, kultureller Botschafter Flanderns und Namensgeber eines Asteroiden schon zu Lebzeiten. Seit über einem halben Jahrhundert ist Philipp Herreweghe eine Galionsfigur der historischen Aufführungspraxis in Europa. Nächste Woche kommt er nach München mit den beiden Klangkörpern, mit denen wir ihn gerade gehört haben, und mit Mozarts Requiem. Nächste Woche Mittwoch, 20 Uhr, Isar Philharmonie. Außerdem ist da zu hören, außer Mozarts Requiem, die Sinfonie Nummer 35 von Mozart, die sogenannte Haffner-Sinfonie. Vielleicht wäre das ja auch was für Sie. Wir haben nämlich Karten zu verlosen und eine Preisfrage dazu. Philipp Herreweghe ist nicht nur ausgebildeter Musiker, der am Konservatorium in Gent Tasteninstrumente studiert hat, sondern noch etwas anderes hat er gelernt. Also womit hätte Philipp Herreweghe, wenn das mit der Musik schiefgegangen wäre, sein Geld noch verdienen können? Als Psychiater, als Tänzer oder als Rechtsanwalt? Unsere Telefonnummer 0180 444 544 0180 444 544. Der Tahiti-Trott von Dmitri Schostakowitsch, das war das Philharmonische Orchester von Radio France unter der Leitung von Paavo Järvi. Immer gut, wenn man beruflich breit aufgestellt ist. Das gibt es ja öfter, dass Musiker etwas anderes gelernt haben. Zuerst einmal Emma Kirkby war Lateinlehrerin, Ian Bostridge, glaube ich, Mathematiker und Philipp Herreweghe ist ausgebildeter Psychiater. Aber er hat sich früh der Musik verschrieben und ist ihr auch treu geblieben. Nächste Woche kommt Philipp Herreweghe mit dem Orchestre des Champs-Élysées und dem Collegium Vocale Gent nach München in die Isar-Philharmonie. Und dort führen sie Werke von Mozart auf, das Requiem und die Haffner-Sinfonie. Und das Konzert beginnt nächste Woche am Mittwoch um 20 Uhr. Eugene Ormandy und das Philadelphia Orchestra mit dem dritten Satz aus der Karelia-Suite von Jean Sibelius. Und jetzt ist es gleich 5:45. Wir tun jetzt, was wir in den letzten Wochen öfter getan haben. An dieser Stelle, wir springen 100 Jahre zurück in die 1920er Jahre in New York, Berlin, Wien und Paris. In eine Zeit voller Aufbruch, voller Verunsicherung und voller politischer Polarisierung. Eine Zeit, die 1920er, die ganz viel mit uns zu tun hat. Das finden jedenfalls 3 Musiker, die von der Jazzredaktion des Bayerischen Rundfunks gefragt wurden, ob sie nicht Songs aus dem Jahr 1923 neu interpretieren möchten. Und sie haben zugesagt. Und die Dokumentation darüber, die stellt uns jetzt Svenja Wieser vor.
That man, he is built up from the ground. Whenever he comes to town, I get so weak.
An diesem Abend verwandelt sich das Studio 2 im BR Funkhaus in einen gemütlichen Jazzclub. An der einen Ecke hat Roger Reckless seine Turntables eingerichtet, an der anderen ist die Hammond-Orgel von Matthias Bublatt aufgebaut. Sängerin Eva Aulu steht in der Mitte am Mikrofon, auf dem Perserteppich und mit leuchtenden Lampen im Hintergrund. Das Publikum wippt zur Musik von afroamerikanischen Musikerinnen wie Bessie Smith, Josephine Baker oder Lil Hardin. Neu interpretiert von Eva, Roger und Matthias, genau 100 Jahre nach der Entstehung der Originale.
I tried to get back, but I'm not gonna. I miss you, baby, and I really wanna.
Aber angefangen hat eigentlich alles 6 Wochen vorher, und zwar mit diesem Song. Hier singt Bessie Smith ihren berühmten Downhearted Blues. 1923 hat sie ihn auf Platte aufgenommen. Ihre Emotionen, Gedanken mit der heutigen Zeit zu konfrontieren, das will die Challenge 1923. Genau 6 Wochen Zeit haben Pianist Michael Bublatt, Sängerin Eva Aulu und Rapper Roger Reckless, sich mit diesem Song, 5 weiteren und der ganzen afroamerikanischen Geschichte auseinanderzusetzen und ihre eigene Version draus zu machen.
Was ich probieren wollen würde, so vielleicht nur als Vorschlag, ob man den ersten Teil, bevor der Blues anfängt, jazziger macht. Ich denke so Neo-Soulig-mäßig.
Ach so ein paar andere Voicings, gell?
Genau, aber sonst die
Vielleicht
Chords
passt
gleich
es
lässt.
fast besser in dem zweiten Teil, weil der ist ja ein einfacher Blues.
Ja.
1, 2, 3.
I got the world.
Noch nie haben die 3 vorher zusammen Musik gemacht. Dementsprechend unterschiedlich gehen sie an die Challenge ran. Sängerin Eva liest sich gerne in die Biografien der Jazzkünstlerinnen ein, um den Kontext der Musik zu verstehen. Pianist Michael nimmt sich die originalen Songs zum Vorbild, versucht sie nachzuspielen und zu arrangieren. Und Roger Reckless, der Sprachkünstler unter den 3, der kommt gerne mal blank zur Probe, um dann aus dem Stegreif neu erfundene Texte zu rappen. Aber gerade das, dieses Aufeinandertreffen von unterschiedlichen musikalischen Perspektiven, reizt Roger an dem Projekt Challenge 1923.
Musik ist definitiv nicht nur zum passiven Genuss da, sondern tauscht euch aus. So erzählt, was es mit euch macht, weil dadurch erfährt man so viel und findet auch Zugänge zu Personen. Also wenn ich höre, was bei meinem Gegenüber entsteht in der Musik, das finde ich Wahnsinn. Und da lernt man andere Personen anders kennen und man lernt Musik nochmal anders kennen.
Wie die 3 Musiker Michael, Eva und Roger an die afroamerikanische Geschichte anknüpfen, wie nervös sie vor ihrem Auftritt sind und vor allem, wie ihre Songs am Ende klingen, das zeigt die Dokumentation Challenge 1923, 3 Menschen, 6 Songs. Kleiner Spoiler, Jazz, Piano, Vocals und Turntables passen einfach wirklich gut zusammen.
Challenge 1923. 3 Menschen, 6 Songs mit Michael Bublé, Eva Aolu und Roger Reckless in der ARD Mediathek. Mein gläubiges Herze, frohlocke, sing, scherze, so heißt eine Kantate von Johann Sebastian Bach in der Osterzeit. Das war eine Arie daraus, gespielt von der Lauten Kompanie Berlin unter der Leitung von Wolfgang Katschner. Das folgende ist auf dem Wasser zu singen und stammt von Franz Schubert. Aber der Pianist Jura Margulis, der hält sich nicht daran, der hat ganz festen Boden unter den Füßen. Er spielt hier im Studio 2 des Münchner Funkhauses die Klavierbearbeitung von Franz Liszt.
You are under arrest, dirtbag.
Auf dem Wasser zu singen, ein spätes Lied von Franz Schubert aus dem Schwanengesang. Das war eine Klavierfassung von Franz Liszt, gespielt von dem russischen Pianisten Jura Margulis. Das war Leporello am Donnerstag. Gleich begrüßt Sie mein Kollege Carsten Fabian. Carsten mit einem
besonderen Instrument.
Ja.
Instrument des Jahres 2015, abgewickelt, etwa 3 bis 4 Meter lang, je nach Modell. 3 Ventile, eines der anspruchsvollsten Blasinstrumente. Gut und sauber gespielt, Qualitätsmerkmal eines jeden Orchesters. Es handelt sich um das Horn. Und das wird gespielt in der folgenden Stunde von Marie-Louise Neunecker. Wir haben sie mit Mozarts Hornkonzert, Kirchenverzeichnis 417 im Programm, mit einer Beethoven-Sonate und dem Hornkonzert Nummer 2 von Richard Strauss.
Das ist ab 18.05 Uhr bei uns hier in BR Klassik. Und hier hauen wir jetzt in die Seiten. Pino Schneeberger und sein Trio machen das. Mit dieser Musik geht Leporello zu Ende. Mein Name ist Christian Schuler. Ich wünsche Ihnen einen schönen Tag.
You are under arrest, dirtbag.
BR Klassik empfiehlt.
Sie bedeutete den Durchbruch für den jungen Giuseppe Verdi. Die Oper Ernani. 3 Männer kämpfen um eine Frau. Ein packendes Drama um Macht, Liebe und Rache. Unter anderem dabei der Tenor Charles Castronovo.
Mein Name ist Charles Castronovo und ich freue mich, wenn Sie live dabei sind bei Ernani.
Das Rundfunkorchester spielt Verdis Ernani konzertant. Am Sonntag ab 19 Uhr im Prinzregententheater München. Und live im Radio auf BR Klassik. Karten gibt's bei allen bekannten Vorverkaufsstellen und an der Abendkasse.
BR Klassik. Für Musik. BR Klassik Nachrichten.
18 Uhr, guten Abend, Nachrichten des Bayerischen Rundfunks mit Jerzy. Die Übersicht. Bundesregierung will mit Notlageregelung Haushalt retten. BKA meldet starken Anstieg der Gewalt im öffentlichen Raum. Haushaltsurteil überschattet Start des Grünen Parteitags. Das Wetter in der Nacht vom Norden her Regen. Berlin. Die Ampelkoalition will wegen des Karlsruher Haushaltsurteils auch heuer die Schuldenbremse aussetzen. Ihr werdet im Kabinett in der kommenden Woche im Absprache mit Kanzler Scholz und Vizekanzler Habeck einen Nachtragshaushalt vorlegen, kündigte Finanzminister Lindner an. Laut einer Ministeriumssprecherin schlägt die Regierung dem Bundestag vor, eine außergewöhnliche Notlage zu erklären. Auf diesem Weg sollen Kredite in Höhe von rund 45 Milliarden Euro auf eine verfassungsrechtlich gesicherte Grundlage gestellt werden. Zur Begründung der Notlage könnte die Regierung laut Sachverständigen argumentieren, dass die Folgen der Energiekrise Anfang 2021 noch spürbar waren. In der ersten Jahreshälfte ist die Gewaltkriminalität in Deutschland im öffentlichen Raum stark angestiegen. Nach vorläufigen Daten des Bundeskriminalamts erhöhte sich die Zahl solcher Straftaten verglichen mit dem Vorjahreszeitraum um rund 17%. BKA-Präsident Münch nannte die Zahlen besorgnisserregend. Laut Münch gibt es einen Zusammenhang zwischen der gestiegenen Inflation und der Zunahme an Gewalt. Dazu passe, dass gerade in wirtschaftlich schwächeren Regionen die Fallzahlen und die Zahl der Tatversuche höher sind. Hinzu kämen Belastungen der Corona-Pandemie, die jugendliche Anfälligkeit und die aktuell stärkere Zuwanderung. Karlsruhe. Die Grünen haben ihren 4-tägigen Parteitag begonnen. Unter anderem will die Partei in Karlsruhe ihr Europawahlprogramm verabschieden und die Kandidatenliste vorstellen. Spitzenkandidatin soll die EU-Parlamentarierin Reintke werden. Außerdem wollen sich die Vorsitzende Mercosur erneut an die Grünen-Spitze wählen lassen. Erste thematische Schwerpunkte sollten Asyl und Migration sein, doch das Karlsruher Haushaltsurteil überschattet auch den Parteitag der Regierungspartei. Neu auf der Tagesordnung ist darum zu Beginn eine Debatte unter dem Titel »Aus Verantwortung für die Menschen«. Darin soll es um die Konsequenzen des Verfassungsgerichtsurteils für klimapolitische Vorhaben der Bundesregierung gehen. Ein Redner wird Wirtschaftsminister Habeck sein. Amsterdam. Der niederländische Rechtspopulist Geert Wilders will nach seinem überraschend klaren Wahlsieg umgehend die Möglichkeiten für eine Regierungsbildung ausloten. Er kündigte an, noch heute mit der Suche nach Koalitionspartnern zu beginnen. Die möglichen konservativen Partner, die VVD und die NSC, haben Zweifel an der Zusammenarbeit mit Wilders wegen seiner offen islamfeindlichen Haltung. In seinem Parteiprogramm fordert der 60-Jährige, Moscheen und den Koran zu verbieten und spricht sich für den Mexit aus, den Austritt der Niederlande aus der EU. München. Das Landgericht hat bestätigt, dass die letzte Generation als kriminelle Vereinigung eingestuft werden kann. Damit hat sie sich hinter eine Entscheidung der Vorinstanz gestellt und eine Reihe von Beschwerden gegen das Vorgehen der Justiz abgewiesen. Im Mai waren Wohnungen von Mitgliedern der letzten Generation durchsucht worden. In der Begründung heißt es jetzt, Straftaten, gerade Aktionen der letzten Generation, seien kein Mittel der demokratischen Diskussionen, sondern Ausdruck krimineller Energie. Das Wetter in Bayern, oft bewölkt, aber noch meist trocken. Von Norden her Regen, Tiefstwerte 6 bis -2 Grad. Morgen wechselnd bewölkt, von Norden her teils kräftige Regen- und Hagelschauer. Zum Abend sinkt die Schneefallgrenze auf 800 bis 500 Meter. Am Wochenende zeitweise Schnee und Schneeregen bei -2 Grad. Die Nachrichten 18:04
Uhr. BR Klassik. Klassikstars.
Die deutsche Hornistin Marisa Neunecker steht im Mittelpunkt dieser Sendung, während sie mit Werken von Beethoven, Richard Strauss und zu Beginn von Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Sein Hauptkonzert S-Dur, Verzeichnis 417, eine Aufnahme von 2000 aus dem Herkulessaal der Münchner Residenz. Marie-Louise Neunecker wird begleitet vom Münchner Rundfunkorchester. Die Leitung hat Oleg Keltani.
Online combat Rec set. outdoors at night. Fight not in the water.
Round one. Round two. Round three. Defeat. Round one. Round two. Round three. Round one. Defeat. Round two. Defeat. Round 3. Defeat. Round 1. Round 2. Round 4. Defeat. Round 1. Defeat. Round 2. Defeat. Round 3. Defeat. Round 1. Defeat. Round 2. Defeat. Round 3. Defeat.